Twitch. Boom. It appears that I am there. Hello, kind and gentle folk. How are we today? Just as of, is Miko here?
Yeah, he'll be here any second if he's not already.
Okay. Oh, now I've got my video feedback thing going on here. Okay, hold on. We gotta go to Dropbox. Boop. Files. File requests. Pixelogic crit uploads. Boop. And we have Miko. Is it both Mikos? No, it's just
the very last one, 619. Yep.
Okay. Well, that does download that. Okay. Boop. Save. So today is actually a sculpting day, and we're going to finish the back of those rings so I can actually start producing them, since yeah, we won't go there. Since my poor brain. Yes. But to finish last week, we're going to critique Miko's piece from last week, because it was the only thing we didn't get to, or we held off and then we didn't do it.
We skipped it.
We skipped it, and then I completely skipped it. My bad. Okay, so we have downloaded Miko. Let us come over here. We'll put you back on. Oh, you know what I need to do? We need to do this. We need to do this. Come on. Boop. And then that way we have chat. Ooh, look at that. We got YouTube. Hi, YouTube. Sorry I abused you for a couple weeks there. Yes, my Alright, where's ZBrush? Okay. Allergies. He's like, oh, it could be COVID. I'm like, no, that is definitely a wet cough. Let us turn on. Where'd it go? See, that's how you know that my laptop's killing it, because it took forever to get there. Alright, you come over here. You hide. We come up over here. We import from downloads. No? Oh, armor parts, that's right down. Okay, do you see Miko? Is it still downloading? Oh, it's a ZTL. I'm not importing it. I'm opening it. Now that is the issue. Boom. Boom. Hey, Carpo. Ghost. What am I doing? Opening. Load tool. Armor parts. Miko. Ba-doop.
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing, my brother?
Great, thank you. And you?
Oh, woo! Convincing, right? Awesome sauce, my friend. Are you happy with it?
Taking into account times that I spent, I'm not sure.
No, you can never take that into account. No.
Then I'm happy.
When you're doing things like this that aren't for someone that are not on a time frame, never, you can't do that. You get yourself. I think it looks really good, don't you? I really like how this stuff turned out. The process you used on it worked really well. Don't you? I think that that was the solution. Because this stuff reads really nice and deep. Let's. Yeah. I think it turned out great.
Yeah, it's sick.
And I mean, what? It only took you what, 2 or 3 days?
Maybe 2 months.
Let's look at the reference material again. I know I have it here somewhere.
I can share in Discord
I
if
think
needed.
it's actually on. Hold on, let's go back to. I think we can just open it here in. Yeah. I think the gear technique did a really good job of keeping them looking sort of aged. You know what I mean? I think. Stop that. No, turn the magnifying glass off. I think they have that hammery feel. Your piercings look good. No, I'd say you're killing it, my friend.
I just remembered that there was some issue with the neck and head connection that you mentioned once, but I really forgot about it.
Yeah, they look fine. I don't see anything that's really screaming out to me at this point. Are you going to put like a slight water texture on the base where it feels like they're in water?
No, maybe I need to do this. Because, as I understand from the reference picture, it should be not a circle shape if I want to make it like a water.
Yeah, let's see if we can find an example. I think that one, I'd make the base thicker, whether you're going to have like wood cut for the bottom there or something. I'd make the base a little thicker just so it has a similar presence. You know what I mean? There's so much going on up there. I'd probably give it just a little. I'd probably make the base just a touch bigger as well, just a touch. Let's get to our base here. W. I think I might get it to where, if that's the pool. Yeah, I wouldn't crowd it here. You know what I mean? I just made it just a touch bigger there. And then let's do a Google search on. He's getting the ripples in the reflection. He's getting the water motion. You're not necessarily seeing waves, but you're getting the distortion in the reflection there. So I think that you do want the implication of fluid. So let's do figurine water base. Let's see. Let's nice spelling of figurine there, door. Let's water base. Okay, let's go to isn't it Sideshow? Let's see if they have. Come on. Don't they just have a gallery? Just show me something. No. Okay, let's see. Let's do. Images. Wow. This is like the least dynamic Wonderfest images that I've seen. Okay, I was looking for an easy out here, but I'm not really seeing one, am I? I was hoping someone would do this for me. Alright, fine. 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 Okay, let's divide that up just a little bit more. Let's see if there is. Images. Maybe something like this. We might have something similar to this in our alphas, but let's just download this. Just, you're not gonna let me download it. Just save image. Okay, save. Let's see what this does. So we want standard, we want drag, we want alpha, import, caustic, PNG. That's not quite right. hell they think that looks like water. Okay. Well, let's just... Transparency. I know you're just completely overwhelmed by my water texturing here, aren't you? I hear it in your bated breath.
You can't because my mic is off.
I still hear you back there. Alright, and so SK trim polish. Wild parrots on the loose, gotta love it. Okay, I don't know. That might be too much even. But, you know, just so it feels like there's a little bit of interaction there, you might be able to find a small alpha that has just like a little bit of distortion waves in it or something.
Mm-hmm.
But at least it feels like they're in something, you know what I mean? And like you might want, because right now these are all a perfectly straight edge, right? You might want to just give this a little, you know, where there's a little bit of interaction there somehow. I'm not quite sure the best thing there, but I just think a little bit of interaction with the water would make it feel a little bit more. I think that's too chattery. My brush strokes chattered that surface up, but That might be a little better. But just something to make it feel like it's interacting with that base just a little bit more, just so it's not bloop. If you want to be really clever, you could take that distorted tile pattern and use it as an alpha and project that image onto your surface, so you're getting rippling through the graphics of the water in the image. You're like, no, I think I'm going to pass on that.
Like, oh no.
Like what you did with the body, but at like 2% over the entirety of the water base. I like it. I think maybe that's what you should do. You're like, I hate you so much.
I'm just impressed that it's always possible to spend another 2 months.
Well, and what's even funny, if I would do that instead of having the whole, instead of having, like, you know, if you have the entirety of the tile pattern on the water, then I would be really snarky, and I would come in with, oh, where's the picture? Like, you know, you get her reflection in the water, and then you get this reflection. So you have all of this on the ground. I would then come up and do at least this part of the sconce. So that's just a freestanding thing, just attached by the water coming out of its mouth. Yeah, sexy. Can't you see it?
So I got it. We just built as the wall behind the figurines and create all that details on it, and then we create mirror on the base.
Yeah, something like that. Actually, I would probably only do the sconce up to like here. So then from the front, it looks like this thing's like levitating in front of her hand. Oh, you could just do one of the full sconces like up to there, and then you have like a nice pillar thing going on, all supported by a little wire. Very nice. Then you could do the water disruption here, and that would give you an anchor point for your subtle wave pattern. And then you would be reflecting something that's not physically there. Ooh. Something to think about.
Okay.
You like
This
it.
sounds like a plan. Okay.
Right? I mean, you know, that'd be sexy. Yeah, I think so. I like it.
Okay, I have a little question about the gamut and the figurine standing behind the frontal one. The left hand is being intersected with the garment around the body, and there I have some like a place where I'm not sure how to deal with it. Because if I have too much free space, it will be hard to print it.
You mean back in here?
Another side, like left hand of the girl.
So back over here? Was that not our left hand?
Yes, this hand. There is a little delay on the picture that I see on the stream.
Sorry. So you're saying there's this airspace back up in here and stuff like that?
Yes, that part that like is not very, the intersection is not very nice, and without it, I think that I will need to fill that space or so, or what?
I would fill it. Yeah. Like anything that's like airspace, like the space between her legs and things like that, I would get rid of all airspace in this. You know, I would run this all the way back. you know, I would run that all the way back. I would fill, no, hold on, let's just take inflate. I would have that like that. I would have this like that. I would probably fill everything up to the visual front line. You know what I mean? Definitely
Mm-hmm.
fill any of the space and be like, I would probably fill this up all the way back. You know, so it's wherever the visual line is. I know I mangled that, but you know, wherever that visual line is, I would make it almost like just a draft angle, so it's cut back. And then that way you have no, like here, map. You know, have this filled in, and then just get it to where, you know, it's just a, because if you're going to print it, no one's going to see this stuff, you know. You know, just have that cutting in solid. You know, just have it where there's a lip there, so it appears like you see me do this all the time, where I'll give myself an edge, and then I'll just scoop this back, but you know, it's solid. It's just so whatever that edge is, it's reading as an edge, and then however you finish it off, you know, it's filling in. Now, that being said, you know, this is going to be a fairly big figure. Is it something you're going to cast these as well? The goal is to cast them? Or just to print them?
Casting is not likely because it's like a piece based on the art of another artist, as
Well,
we
that's okay.
see,
I mean, we
and
can cast
it
it
will
as
be a
something else.
non-commercial thing.
Yeah, I think, I mean, unless, you know, unless someone's, if you plan someone to hold this up and really look at it, you know, you can have these be more dramatically cut in so it appears, you know, like this. But I would still try to solidify as much as you can. If they're not going to see it, make it solid, right? If it's not something that's an obvious, you know, like here, you don't want to fill that up because there is an airspace there. You know, you want that to feel like an armpit. But you can fill it from here. You know, as long as it's behind that line. Now that can be, and so now that whole torso is solid. You don't have to worry about, you know, undercuts or supporting or anything. That's now solid. Right, but from here it looks as if, you know, you can see that that still feels very much full. And the same thing here where I filled this up. You know, you can that is not what I was trying to do. You know, you can define that edge, and then you can have this scoop. And you know, now it still feels like it's up and floating around, right? And we'll put that edge right there because it's coming around the front, right? And you know, if you're looking down in here, just take this back as far. What? What just happened there? How did brush get over here? That was funny. I don't know how that happened. turn backface masking off for a second. And that's still going to look as if it's going around and in. You know, you can give it a graphic line so it feels like that's not, and then right, you have a line there, so it's going to read like it's hollow, but it gives you a solid. You know, just get your visual cues out here, and then, you know, you just make these smooth transitions, and they become non-spaces.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so just fill in where you can, so it becomes a solid part, you know, so it's easier to print, and just hide those behind sight lines. Stop that. If that makes any sense.
Yes, for sure.
That's what I do. And you know, that's still sort of deep and back in there, and you can still see the curve of the back, but you can see that it's also a solid. You know, that's going to read like hair away from the body. Right? Because like from there, as long as you're selling that story that that's like the edge, that's the back, you know, you can hide those sight lines. And they'll read fine. Yeah,
Yeah, got it. Got it all clear. Thank you.
of course. It looks fantastic.
So a little break from this piece, and then a new interaction with the updated base and the wall and that thing behind them.
Here, let's. Hold on, I got it. I got it here. One sec. There it is. I'm not seeing it. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Oh, here we go. Oh. Duplicate. Just look at how much fun this will be. Right? Don't you see it? Just think about it. Think about it. No, it looks great. So what are you going to work on next? You like something simple with no texture.
A little one-day project, yes.
I'm gonna start making pugs, like Juan.
I will need to do some simple characters for advertising videos, and after this I will find out what I will do.
I like it. That's beautiful, my friend. Very good.
Thank you very much. I'm very proud to be able to get to the streams and receive your crits
Well, man,
and
you're,
advices.
you're killing it. I mean, think of your first pieces compared to this. It's awesome. Not that the first pieces were bad. I'm just saying, a lot different than this, I'd say, wouldn't you?
They were just bad. Just bad.
No, they were not bad. They just weren't this. Hi, Jeff. Hi, Sean. All right. No, this looks fantastic. All right, my brother. I'll see you tomorrow, probably.
Yes, for sure.
All right.
Talk to you soon.
All right. Ciao. All right. We will kill you. Okay. So, Henry, I see that things have been going on. Have I missed any questions or
You missed one question.
bananas?
It's at the top of your screen. By Crypto, I've got a question for you.
Crypto, I've got a question for you. At what point do you avoid going bigger in points for running ZBrush to make lower poly model? In my experience, my PC craps out if I try to redo something that was around 18 million points. Yeah. That is the issue. So, like on this machine, I can sculpt something in the 30 million range, but when I try to process anything in the 30 million range, it'll choke. Or just, it'll be really slow. I can go take a shower and come back, and then it'll process through. Whoa. I guess we just killed ZBrush. That's annoying.
I blame Miko for that.
I blame Miko. Damn it, Miko. Yeah, it's tricky. That's really, like, I don't, well, see, it completely depends on what you're trying to do. I very rarely am going to, like, if I know, like, if I'm sculpting something high detail, I will normally, oh goodness gracious. Oh, here we are. Ooh, look at that. Lucky us.
Woo.
Well, this quick save to the quick save folder that's now, no, look at this. Is it saving to Y? I don't know. Okay, we'll have to think about that in a minute. One second, let me look at my C drive here real quick. Okay, see how little space I have? I was transferring that to quick saves. Quick saves got shifted here. I'm thinking that this is saving it in the right place. Okay. So normally how I work, if I, like on this machine, I'll sculpt in the highest level I can. I will then like lower, like if I'm going to do something to that model, I'm going to duplicate the model, and let's say I'm sculpting at 50 million polys or 30 million polys, whatever. I'll then lower my resolution, maybe 1 or 2 down, so I'm now back in that 10 million poly range or 8 million poly range. And then, we need to do this, we need to do this. Tap that, come back to here, okay. Right, so sculpting I'm going to get my details sculpted. Now, let's say I know that I have to do something where I know that I have to dynamesh them together or something. I'm going to push that as far back as I can. Now, sometimes this happens in the middle of the process and I still have to do it in the middle of the process, but I'll still probably do it this way. I will then lower my resolution, duplicate, lower my resolution. Let's say we're at 40 million down to that 6 million range, because your machine should probably be able to do something in that 6 million. Delete higher, do that transition, that remesh, whatever it is, and then divide it up one more time, not quite to the 20 million, but let's say to, well, I would start with the 8 million or whatever our remesh is. I would then reproject to my 20 million poly model. And so I would then divide it again and reproject again, or brush on with history. But I would have that high resolution model there so I can go back to it with history. And then if I've done my changes, whatever my dynamesh needed to happen, whatever that thing that I needed to remesh, do X, Y, or Z, whatever it was, I would then take that new model back up to my 20 million with the details reprojected either through history, reprojected back onto my other model. It has the new changes to it, yet I still have access to my old detail. I think, is that what you're asking? I think that's how I would deal with that. What do you think, Henry? Did that answer that question?
I think so.
Yeah, I would.
I mean, I think they were just asking a more generic question, like, when is it really worth adding more polys? If I know at some point I'm going to have to deal with it. Computationally.
Well, it just comes down to how much detail you need for whatever function you're trying to do, you know. I have models that have, you know, I try to figure out my decimation so I can have like 80 or 90 million poly subtools on things sometimes. So yeah, I would just keep your high poly, decimate it or dynamesh it or do whatever you need it to do, process it, and then just reproject your old things. Remember this though, let's say that you're trying to, hold on, let's see, what do I have here that could work? Let's use Hanya here. Okay, let's get a Hanya with details. Okay, this is 16 million poly model. We have a bunch of details. Do remember this. So duplicate, and then we're going to dynamesh or decimate this down to 1 million polys. Okay, we duplicated it, and now I'm going to decimate it. Yeah, so our resolution, lower res. Now we're at 4 million. Now, chances are your machine will be able to do this from 4 million. But I'm going to take it even one more step, and let's go down to 1 million. Okay, I'm going to delete higher. Right, I've duplicated it. Make sure you have your original, right? I'm going to duplicate it. I'm now going to delete higher, and I'm going to, my 1 million poly model, I'm going to now decimate it. And now your machine, and I'm doing this just to be drastic, right? Ooh, drastic. All Boom. So now this is our 1 million poly model, and this has sort of the crappy resolution. The magic of ZBrush. I'm going to turn on History Brush. Oh, well, first we're going to go back to this point, and we are going to assign our high resolution model as our history point. We're going to come back here, and we are now going to go to History. I'm going to turn on Sculptress Pro. Now the beauty of this is I have it set to be, where are my brushes? Okay, I need to change this to, let's go 0.8. All right, that's a little better. Symmetry does not work with History Brush, so you have to turn symmetry off. I'm going to lower my brush here so I want the resolution. And I'm going to come in, History Brush is on. My high resolution model is the history state. I'm going to come back to my low resolution model, turn on Sculptress Pro, and I'm going to come in here, and you can see that it's going back to that original history state. Now, as you can see, I don't have enough geometry here for this to be the resolution I want. So you just have to make your brush smaller, which makes it more geometry. And then you come back in and you go over this. Now this can be a little tedious, right? Because you have to come back in and do this by hand, and your brush is low. So, you have a tiny brush, so you have to come back in and do this. But the beauty of this is that when you come in, you can get all your lines back out to your detail. And now this is the cool part, right? Obviously, as we're doing this, we're adding, let me look at this. I just want to see what's there and what's not there. Oh, hold on. That could explain why that's not working. This needs to go back up to its highest resolution. One second here. I was like, why am I getting those lines in there? Oh, that's just a noisy brush. Oh, that's right. That's the alternate stroke brush. Okay, so I'm going to go here, hold down that. Boom. So as you can see, I have a lot of detail here. Come back down, and it just completely depends on the size of your brush as how little you want to get. Now I'm gonna clean this stuff up, and like I said, you can see that this can be a little time consuming, but if your machine can't process this stuff, this is the absolute best way to come back and get this detail back into your model. Now, you're like, okay, well that's cool and dandy, but Tomas, as you put this detail in, your geometry count's going back up, and now we're going to run into the same problem as we were blah, blah, blah. Well, no you won't, because as you go along here and you get more and more detail in, hold on, there we go. Don't forget to put your brush at 100%, that solves lots of problems. Right, we're coming back in and we're getting all this detail back in. And you can see I'm at 1.17 million now. And as we go along, it is going to continue to add geometry. But the beauty is now, all you have to do is, right, we've hit 1.17, 1.25. Just hit this again. Now what it's going to do, it is going to analyze the high resolution geometry as it is decimating. And just look in here, right? And we're going to compare it to the other side after this decimation. You can do it. Boop. We're back at 1,000,000. And see how it's redecimated this at the higher res? So, I mean, just look at the difference between the two sides here, right? And so you can continue to come in, add your resolution. I made this a little bigger just to be quicker. Right, you're continuing to add in your geometry. Like I said, I've taken a slightly bigger brush just so I can kind of get through more of this quicker. And you will see, right, we're back up to 1.11, and I'm going to make this real small so we add a lot of geometry here real quick. See, we're at 1.12. Let's get this forehead done here. Just hit decimate. And then you'll notice that it is going to put geometry where it thinks it needs it. So when we made it a lower resolution model and did the first decimation, it didn't have to process as much. Going back in and adding the detail, it will now take that detail into consideration as it's decimating. And you can see we're at 999. And look, I mean, there's such little fidelity loss. So if you're struggling with your machine's size or its capacity to deal with large models and process them, this is an excellent way. Now, like I said, it's a little arduous to do on the whole model, but you can see that, you know, if you just spent a few hours, you could take a model that you've sculpted at 60 million polys, do the initial decimation at, you know, what, 6 million or whatever, and then come back in and reapply that high resolution detail as you are redynameshing, as you redecimating as you go along. Does that make History Brush is one of the most powerful tools there is. It's incredible. But do remember that all tools that are projection tools work on history. So if you used history and all of a sudden you wind up with these really weird projections, or you're using a tool and all of a sudden it's just doing something weird, if you have a red square up here, it means somewhere there's a history state assigned. So let's say you're having something happen and you have no idea why it's happening and it's just being weird. And you look up there and you see this red history thing. Come over here, hold down Control, tap the square. That makes the state that we're on the history state. Now hold down Control, tap. That turns off. You see there's no red square, there's no white square, there is no history state. See if that solves the problem. Often having a history state, anything that is a projection brush refers to that history state. So there are tools that you'd never even know are projection tools. And all of a sudden everything starts happening weird. You're just like, what's going on? Chances are that's what's going on. Yeah, no, that's That's a super, super good one. Remind me, is History Breaks viewport based? No. No. It is just, it's a projection model. All it is it's sort of a invisible projection target. So it doesn't matter. Now, where it does, it's viewport sensitive, and I'll show you this real quick. Just so we're going to hold down Control, tap this. White squares are history state. We come over here. This is now, you see the red square over here. We're now over here. So this is the thing to remember about your history brush. History brush is a projection tool. So when you're doing this, and I'll show you where I was not being careful and we have issues. So I was just fiddle-futzing around there, right? And now let's roll this under. And see this stuff right here? This is due to the history brush, and I'll show you why. The history brush, being a projection brush, is camera sensitive or view sensitive. So if I'm trying to get up under this eyeball, I'm going to tilt it up so I'm getting up and under it, right? Now let's go over here and go from the top. Now let's say I'm doing this and I have this nice steep angle and I'm like, oh, I really need to do this right here. And I do this right here. As you will see, it dragged everything up from that point. So when you're using history or projection brush, like this projection brush, you have to make sure that you're being a little conscientious and you're only projecting or drawing 90 degrees to camera. So if I'm doing this and I'm working on this area right here, let's turn that down just a little just so we're not mangling everything. I'm working on this area right here. I have to know that there's a lip right there and it is going to draw everything up. So when you're doing it, I tend to like to work, just remember 90 degrees to camera. So I'm going to come up here and I'm going to get under the eye, and then I'm going to rotate around and I'm going to get this. I'm not going to roll over that lip. I'm going to come over here. I'm going to do this. Just remember, when you're using the history tool, you have to keep your camera moving because it's very easy to get sloppy and accidentally do something like that. And then when you come back around, you're like, oh man, and now you have to come back in here and correct it. But you can always just smooth things out and then, you know, hit your history brush again. So in that sense, you know, let's do this. I'm doing this, right? You can see that it's going to pull geometry there. You want to make sure that you're doing it 90 degrees to camera. Right, Wrath? Okay. Delete. Okay. We're here. No, we're here. Is that the same tool? That's weird. I don't like that at all. Come on. No, it's just doing weird stuff. Yeah, we're probably going to crash again here soon. What's going on? Oh, here. Now, when you have a history state, remember there's always this project history. And project history is just like the project brush, except you don't have to have that second thing viewable. So project history, you know, will work like project all, where it'll go out. I use project history now a lot. Okay, this is not the model I'm looking for. This is the model we are looking for. I guess I probably should actually get the ring size, huh? We're just going to pretend for now. We'll readjust the actual ring size in a minute. Alright.
Makes sense to me.
Right? Take you. Not those. Let's crease this. Crease edge loop complete. Boop. Boop. Divide, divide. Divide, divide. Let's give it one more. Now, right now, we're going to flip this bad boy. All right. Maybe making a 10 million poly ring plug was a little silly. I'm always having problems with local symmetry and sculpting, then moving part and reposing the part again. So, do you mean that you you are trying to? Are you trying to use posable symmetry, or because you're using local symmetry, you move the part? I'm not exactly sure what you mean there. Clarify that, and I'll see if I can help in any way, shape, or form. See, so when I was talking about things being weird, you'll notice that I'm here. I was going to project, so I was going to take this surface and just quickly whip this around so that's flush. Now you notice, this is what I mean by doing something weird. You're like, what is going on? We just talked about this. Can someone tell me what's wrong? I have a history state. So I'm going to come here, hold down Control Tap, and now you can see that I can bring this in. And you can't use symmetry with project. But on this one, I'm actually going to use project all. Boom. Okay. Until I try to do all my stuff, then moving them around all over. So you're sculpting in symmetry, and then you're moving it or posing it, and you're having problems with the posing? Is that what I'm understanding here? People are loud tonight.
Is that in your house?
No, that was out on the driveway.
Ah.
Well, driving past.
Hmm.
All I know is, right, someone, oh man, y'all should have heard it. It had to be a Ferrari or a Lambo. It wasn't a Bentley, it was too high. But heard the police helicopters, and they started getting louder and circling. And then you hear this screech go by. I mean, it was crazy. It was just like, and you, like half a second later, it actually moved the shutters. It was like, woof. And then the cop cars came. I was like, oh my God, that thing was like flying fast. It was crazy. It was like, holy Hannah. Oh my God, stop. How? I'm just oh, okay. We have the gray screen away. I'm just trying to project something that's 7.4 million. Like that should be a problem.
Jeez.
I know it's kind of ridiculous, isn't it? Oh yeah, no. Every once in a like the freeway's right over there, and every once in a while you hear something go by where you're like, "Holy Hannah!" Oh no, this is the gray screen of wait. We're not crashing yet. This is the. I asked my poor laptop brain to perform like my home machine. I still have high expectations. Oh no, without a doubt, a drunk wealthy guy. While we're waiting for this, I'm going to refill my glass of water. Syra, don't step on that. Oh. Syra, don't stomp on my keyboard. Keyboard stomper. Not a huge cat fan, but I have to admit, this is a good cat. It was funny. My allergy pills make me dopey, and it was the middle of the day the other afternoon, and I went back and I was listening to my book and kind of passed out, and she got up on the bed, but she got under the blanket, and she crawled up in between my legs under the blanket, and I must have like made a figure 4, you know what I mean, like just, and she was like stuck under the blankets, and she was like trying to attack my leg through the blanket from under the blanket. Oh my god, it was hysterical. I woke up and I'm like, what are you doing? And then I'm like, how did you get under the blanket, you dork? I have to admit, animals can be funny. Alright. I don't even have a smooth. Oh, we crashed, didn't we? And like smooth stronger isn't even turned on. What's going on over here? What is happening? Alright. So that at least is a foundation. Let's lower this res. Let's turn this back on. Let's turn transparency on. And let's get this stuff. Now we need to go here. We need to mask this off. Now I bet I don't have backface masking turned on, do I? No. So did I just do, yeah, I love it when I do that. Hold down Control, hit backface masking. Change our focal shift to 0. Alright. That should be close. Close enough to spit on. We're just clean that up a touch. At this point, this doesn't have to be super accurate. I just want this to be roughly 2 groups. We need an inside and an outside group. That's going to be drawn up, so we're going to. Okay. So now that we have that back face masked, I am going to go to project. I'm going to come back over here, make my brush a little bigger, and I'm going to hold down Alt, which is going to drag that surface up to my surface here. We're going to do the same thing over here. Alright. Smooth that out. Are we talking about veggie oil guy?
Vog. He's been talking about us.
Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Very nice.
Yeah.
He's a genuinely good guy.
He really is.
I like him a great deal. And he's funny. He's a good sense of humor.
Mm-hmm.
What did he have to say about us? That good?
I don't remember. I know he messaged me a while ago and said he was going to mention us in an upcoming video.
Hmm. You're just okay.
I was waiting for Wraith to say when you asked.
And he just ignored us.
I mean, or lag.
I think he's just ignoring us.
Right, who could blame him?
Right. Okay, so now we're roughly here. So let's make a base shape. The last base shape was pretty good, except I don't like, see how I did the rope along this outside edge? I don't know why I did that. That was a really bad decision because it really takes away from the rope from the mask. I don't know what inspired me to do that, but for those of you talking about design decisions, this was a bad design decision. And then I have my little Buddhist clouds going on here, and then I did this weird fishtail, put these on it, made it look like the rope. This thing has this weird swirly thing. I don't know. I really cheesed out on the I don't know what happened. Bad decisions on my part, though. Bad design decisions. So we're going to redo this because that was some bad design decisions. I will be more than willing to discuss why those were bad design decisions if people really want me to do so. But we're going to go and try to make some good design decisions. I know that in this process, people who are a little more familiar with the work are often interested in, because these pieces are rather old. I mean, these are, pushing 15, 16 years old. So a lot of the wisdom of the last 16 years were not applied to them. So I often come back in and I'm like, what was I thinking or doing then? And that's why we're redoing these, so they don't suck.
I still think that about you. What is he thinking or doing? But I never think that sucks. Except if you sculpt a hand.
Oh, it's going to happen again. Everyone's getting a little sparky about the hands again. and I say I put this to rest, and then you act like you've never even remember seeing that video.
I don't think it happened.
Yeah, this is a conspiracy. You and Wraith. Someone hopped on me the other night. Who was it? It was like not either of you. He was like really sparky about it too. I was like, what? I don't remember who it was. He was very, very excited about harassing me about hands. I was like, wow, that was like a full-blown harassment. I'm like, I don't even know if you were here for the harassing. What was up with that? My hand harassment.
But
I'll be here all night. Like I don't get harassed for my crappy comedy, but my hands.
nobody would mistake you for a comedian, but you are a sculptor.
Yeah, no. A comedian, I am not. I would be so canceled so fast.
Mm-mm. So, what sort of motifs are you thinking for the remake?
I think we'll stick with the same motifs, where there'll be a rope,
Mm.
and then the clouds. But I think I will try to be a little more consistent with my clouds. This will be architectural as opposed to ropey. I think we'll just keep the frame simple, and that will accent the clouds and the rope. At least that's what I'm thinking at the moment.
Sounds good.
I just read what video? You two are gonna get it. Going to get it. See, look, we're only down to 51 viewers. People, see, this is not compelling to viewers. Like the little frame. Like people will watch as I'm sculpting one of the character faces, but people just do not wait around for the frame. They're like, all right, dude, that's not very exciting. We can go watch someone playing something.
The work must be done.
Yes. I'm going to get notes from Maxon. Your viewer share is crashing. Wah. And there seems to be this reoccurring theme with your inability to do hands.
We get a lot of emails about it, strangely.
We think that maybe you should take a hand class. I gave a hand class.
No one seems to know about it. Frankly, we couldn't find it either.
It's a conspiracy. Kyle?
Kyle, help.
Damn it, Kyle.
Surely there's some kind of AI that can find this video that you claim exists.
I think you destroyed it or hid it. That's the problem with leaving someone in charge of things who obviously is conspiratorially not counting the votes or something. I don't know. This seems like a Nevada voting machine or something. There's some serious questions of the integrity of my crew at the moment.
I have no control, even if I wanted to. I have no control over what YouTube saves or doesn't on this channel. Hey, for Tattoo Makerhood's sake, will you show the faces that are going to go on the front of this?
Sure.
He said you're making a very boring ring.
I am making a very boring ring at the moment. He's completely correct. That's very boring. So, I've did a whole series of no masks, and you can see they all had the same back, which is the rope from the mask, and then supposedly, you know, the Buddhist clouds. But this rope thing right here is crappy design because it competes with this rope. It's actually bigger and twice as big, so you lose this rope in the clouds. The clouds aren't well resolved, so they suck too. Bad, not good design right there. And then these are based on some traditional no masks from a very big no mask book. And then we're slightly stylized, but there are a number of things that I did, like drawing on detail as opposed to sculpting in layers. And so you have Hanya, Hyotoko, I love him, Kaku, he's so cool. And then that's Kubushimi, right? Kubushimi. That was not a no mask, but that was, someone asked me to do Monkey King. So how can you turn down Monkey King? There's Raiden, right? Yeah, and Raiden is the guy with horns. And Shishiguchi, I like Shishiguchi. But you can see that, like, you know, I mean, these are fun. They're not bad, right? But, you know, the hair is crap and it's all kind of, he's one of the more successful ones, but still using the strong linears as the graphics. I wasn't sculpting in layers. I was using this line detail to separate things out. And so to give you an idea, this is old Hanya. And then this no, I don't want you to save. Oh, we need to save, actually. Yes, we do need to save. Well, right now all I'm doing is the band, and so I wanted it to still be referential to the no masks. So I didn't want them to be like characters per se. I still want them to read as no masks. So the rope tying them on here is still an important feature that I want on the band. And then I need the clouds to drop back and be less prevalent. I need this rope pattern to just become much more simple. And so I want it to be very clearly the rope from the mask sitting on top of the band. And you can see that it just, like, what are these spirally things? My clouds, I collapsed. I don't know why my clouds suck so bad. But you can see I really distinctly want it to read like a mask sitting on top of like a cloud scroll or something like that. Well, we do still have the elephant ring, which is much more like no, they are the wind, but I mean, there's like the Japanese and Chinese use a very specific stylization of clouds, and none of these three swirls are it. Those are very, very bad Buddhist clouds, and I don't know what got into my mind. This I don't have answers for this one. This bad, very bad. So these are the characters that we're going to start off with. and so I've started redoing them. And so and here's another example, sort of. This is the Green Man. And this is the split. Oh, here, hold on. This is the one that's in half. This is the old Green Man. And you can see I did a lot of the linear. And then I redid it for class to show class the difference. And this is a newer version of the Green Man, which will read much better as an object. And then this is sort of a split between the two to sort of show the difference in using sculpture and layers as opposed to lines to define our detail. So that's the difference between the two Green Men face to face. Now, is this Hanya? Yeah, so I think this is Hanya frame. That was my first block out, reestablishing firm planes and getting her into proper mode. And then this is her with me starting to sculpt some of the detail on it. Then I went into a different realm and sort of sculpted detail as such. And then this is one where she's a little bit more moody and not quite so angry. So that's sort of where Hanya has come to, even though this is not a bad Hanya. This is not a bad Hanya. So we might play with iterations, but I think that this is the one that I'm going to go with right now. And then it comes down to trying to establish if I want them to be symmetrical or not. A decision I have not yet made, because I might come back in here and pose it where it's not quite symmetrical, so there's a little bit more kinetics to it, and I'll play with that in a bit, but we'll see, because I still want to do masks. I'll do a couple versions and we'll make some decisions. And then this is the new Hotoko. So this was the old one, and then this is where I'm at with the new one. But I'm not, obviously, this is all very rigid. I have to soften it back up. But just working through some of the designs, getting that motion, defining my forms, and then I'll come back in and give it like soft brows and make it a bit more in this vein. And I do like his eyes going in different directions. I think we might do that. I think I might move this pupil over more and move this one back some. The squirrely pupils I think I like more. But these are just, like the ridges and stuff are just to define my forms, and then I'll go back in and make him a pudgy guy, if that makes sense. Well, we can make these miniatures. I know. Okay. Here's the deal, Wrath. Give me... Give me 3 months. Because I have to get the new studio going. I'm about 4 weeks behind on this Algorand grant. Only because I don't have my printer set up yet. 3 months, and I will produce the first miniature for you. I already have it in my brain. I know what it's going to be. It's right here. I have it. And I'll make my first miniature for you. Oh no, you can harass, but that's an actual time frame. Because I have to get like these rings finished, up and in, and I have stuff at work I need to do. Because once we get into the new space, once I move into the new space, I need to kind of get everything set up and streamlined into a system. And I think that'll take a month or two. It is recorded. Henry will remember as well. Don't think for a second Henry's gonna forget this one. Let's see. All right. All right. So, yeah, no, this part is not the exciting work. I get it. It's probably not exciting to watch. But this is the stuff y'all should know. This is the work that goes in. Or is this me just being cheesy and getting my work done on camera?
Isn't that the point?
Shut up.
I'm pretty sure that's what everyone does.
Is it? Good.
Isn't it?
I don't know.
Right, me neither. I assume they're doing those sculpts for a reason, the other streamers.
I don't know.
Maybe not.
Maybe they're actually thinking what viewership would like to see.
No. Come on.
Well, I know Ash doesn't do her work. She's all non-disclosure-y. She couldn't do her work. That is what it is. How did you know? You know, I guess it's better to take jockstrap harassing than like poor Ash who gets all of the what's the name of that program?
Blonder.
Blender harassers. I mean, she's not
Tony
very
called in.
nice. She's not very nice to Blender people. I don't understand why Blender people really harass her. I mean, she gets a lot of, like I was watching her the other day, and she really, like, people love to harass her about Blender. And they're like militant about it. It's like, dude, this is Pixelogic stream. It's like, come on.
Are they serious?
Some of
Or
them
are
very,
they trolling?
Oh no. Well, I mean, they're trolls, but some of them are pretty serious about their grippy gripiness about it, or at least put up the grippy gripey front.
Stop that.
I'm trying.
Stop it.
It's post-nasal drip. What can I do? Take pills. Except the pills make me dopey. I think we've already discovered. Ash has said I should try Claritin.
Yeah, that's what my wife takes.
Is it?
Yeah.
Because Zytec or Zyrtec or whatever that was? Dude.
Yeah.
I lost 2 days this week. I had no idea that it was Sunday. I was
Goodness.
talking to David, and he was like, "It's Sunday." I'm like, "What? No, that can't be true." This pill's made me weird. I don't really take medication, so I guess when I do.
Don't blame the pills. You never know what day it is.
Yeah, but no, I mean, it was like an official few days lost. That was a little surprising. No, I never know what day it is. That's very true. But I don't usually use, I mean, like, literally, I thought it was like Thursday and it was Sunday. I'm not usually that far off. Man, I can't really say that either, can I?
Nope.
Okay, so I was going to call you the other night, actually. I need to go over a closure with you.
Okay. What's it for?
A bracelet.
Okay.
It's sort of a hidden. It'll be on a 20 millimeter curb that then has this logo in the center, and the clasp is the logo.
Gotcha.
It's like a character, it's a face sort of thing.
Yeah. You can hit me up anytime.
Cool. I can never remember Naz's husband's name.
Oh,
'Cause
Henry knows.
Charles Lutenbrain.
Yep.
What's that?
Charles Lutenbrain.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I was like at a point of delirium with my pills the other day where I was like, I wonder if I could call Nans and see if I could get him on a go-to meeting. I'm like, I need to understand this class. Oof. I was in a state.
What's the mechanism? Is it?
Well, it's a spring-loaded V or a spring-loaded angle. So so me being crazy had a circle cup. So it's circular. So I had it sort of like this, right? And so there is a spring pushing this out, and that has a negative here. So as this pushes into this, it clips. Because it's a circle. So I started with a circle, right? Well, the problem with the circle is that you also have to have like an undercut or an overcut here. So this side, when it is clasped, this side just doesn't lift this way. And so I've been trying to do this in this half round, and I kept winding up, it comes to this thing and it pinches here. And then finally I was like, oh my God, you ding dong, make it a rectangle and then it'll release, right? Because, how are you ever going to get these circles to release? And because I just went with the base shape. Oh my gosh. So basically what we have is
A bunch of squiggles.
you zip it, mister. So this comes out as such, and there's a spring pushing it that way, and then there's a thing that's like this, and it has a shape like that, and to release it, you push that in, that pushes it past the lip, thus allowing this to rise out. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sorta. I got you.
And then that way it's a super easy, and on this side I made like a little hook right here, or a little shape, so that goes in and hooks in, rotates down and clasps, and that prevents this side from rising out. But in doing so, if you have this, and this has a spring pushing this way, and then you have this which is pushing that way, you sort of need a spring in this to push this back out, or do you leave this loose and just depend on this to push this back out into shape to its position? I guess does
Oh,
this
you're
actually,
getting complicated with this.
that's my point. I was going down the rabbit hole.
You're definitely down a rabbit hole of overcomplicated. I have to. Can you send me the base model?
Yeah, of course. But yeah, so needless to say, I worked myself, and I was also sinus medicine, sinus infection dopey. So it was just getting weirder and weirder and weirder. And I'm like, you know what? Stop. just stop. But I figure if I get another 3 springs in it, no one in the universe will have ever made that clasp, and we could patent it.
Yeah, by adding the most problematic thing that happens with clasps are the springs. So put 3 of them in.
Well, I just took mine. I printed it. It actually worked pretty good. Yeah, needless to say, no.
Why don't you just throw a magnet in there?
Oh, I really want to make T-shirts out of those Magnetos, though. That one, the pouty pondering Magneto, that really needs to be a T-shirt. I know you agree with me on that one.
Oh yeah, that's a great.
That was some really good work on my part. Some of my best jewelry work. I hate when I go too far and I'm just too lazy.
The fact that somebody said you're making a jockstrap is very funny because I just made Dave a shark tooth covered jockstrap.
So proud of you.
Did you get it finished?
I finished it. Looks
Nice.
I gave it to him for his birthday.
Nice.
As a piece of jewelry or an actual jockstrap?
It's an actual jockstrap with, and it matches his lime green car. So
Right? Tell him that it's safe to kayak in.
yeah,
Even
it's,
though the killer whales might come for you. They hunt those sharks. Is his wife still in good health?
his wife. Yes.
Just gotta double check every once in a while.
Yeah,
All right.
we do have a pool.
Really, you're gonna start kvetching now, Siren? Okay. Frame. Let's just append. Okay, that's pretty close. Fine. Fine. Ver fine. Ver nice. Okay. So now let us take this. Let us flip of this back. So what have you been doing, my friend? Anything new and exciting?
Mostly just traveling lately. Work. Had let's see, I just got back from Vegas, which was busier than it's been in years. So,
Was that expected?
But just as well, I think that people expected people to come, but I don't know that they expected as many as I saw and who showed up. So, and people are still very optimistic, considering the world is a weird place and markets are blowing up. So.
Yeah. It's I know that it's interesting how optimistic the crypto world is, even though
What's Bitcoin's?
it dropped down below 20 the other day. I don't know what it is now, but I know that they're doing, like, our friends at Super Chief are at it's in it was in FTLA here. I still look right here because I think my camera's there. I just keep looking at this podium, and that's not where the camera is. I'm so not used to having the camera here. But they said the sales are great, and that they're actually getting still good prices. But I mean, people are spending like twice as much as they would have, when at an FTLA before the crash. So if something was selling for, let's say, 10 Bitcoin here, it's selling for 20 Bitcoin now. You know what I mean? They're paying the same dollar amount.
Right. Yeah.
And they're not really reticent or hesitating. So that's fascinating. But I've told a couple people, I'm like, let's face it, it's it's like the stock market used to be, and well, still kind of is, in the sense of it's just sort of a middle class money pump. You know what I mean? It's like when you have billions of dollars invested in this, you're not pulling out. It's not going anywhere. If anything, it's just a great place and time to get some money out and just reinvest at a nothing price. Duplicate. Lower res. Delete higher, delete lower.
Yeah, and then before JCK, I was at Snag out in Rhode Island.
Yeah, how did Snag go?
It was interesting. It's the exact opposite crowd that you have at Santa Fe Symposium.
Right.
And a totally different crowd than you have at the majority of JCK. They're all it's interesting. They're all very different in their own way, and then slight overlaps. But I did see a lot of opportunity for ZBJW in terms of
really
reaching out to schools. Yeah, they were talking to a lot of young people who are really sick of the system that guides them into making less beautiful, not beautiful pieces of art and jewelry, more social commentary and type pieces. And they want to make beautiful stuff.
Right.
And they want to make a living. And they're basically in these systems that push them to get an MFA so that they can go and teach more people to make. It's that cycle of the same shit over and over. Right. So
now
and it was interesting to see, talking to older people who are still kind of in that system, but a lot of the young people are kind of fed up with it. So
sure. Yeah, I feel them.
and they
Fine,
want things that, they're in programs where they're learning Rhino, and it's taking them down this pathway that's not getting them to do the
anything
more
else?
organic stuff.
Right.
Yeah. So
That's fascinating. Um, did are you considering doing or coming down and talking and discussing with Jason or GIA?
so yeah, so GIA and I we talked at Santa Fe Symposium and then follow up, and at some point they want me to. They're like, we'll bring that, go and visit them down there.
Because that's still something. I mean, you know what I think about that. I still think that's
Yeah.
a good place for us, and I think that I have an idea about how that system could work. For everyone.
Yeah. Yeah. They are struggling because they want to teach more ZBrush. They don't have instructors to do it, and there's an opportunity for us to kind of bridge, something.
Well, and now that I'm down here, we could bridge that in many ways.
Yeah.
But I think that's where, in a lot of ways, us being that precursor really could create huge freedoms in that.
Well, what I would like to do with them is tag on to their system, do some workshops, and then develop a certification that's affiliated with them.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Yeah. So.
And, I think that tying into their system now could be easy if we are here, you get this at the very beginning. You have, these are the 10 things you need to know by the time you start class. I think that would help a lot because,
Yep.
let's face it, if you have to start at ground zero and they're only doing a few weeks, right? I mean, they're not doing
2 weeks, and they're talking about taking it down to 1.
Yeah, see, I mean.
So, yeah. No, there's a lot of possibilities. I'll keep that dialogue going and see where we can take it. We've in the past, Mike and Darla are down there, but there's a couple of new people, and they're in charge of the education, so I spent a lot of time with them.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at the other thing you were saying that there were other people who were interested in the education system. I mean, were there schools that were interested, or was it just people who were interested?
It was people, but I feel like we have an opportunity to reach out to a bunch of the schools.
Yeah, I do.
And again, right, and then I think there's a lot of opportunity there. So
awesome.
Yeah, no, it was they were good trips. I really enjoyed Rhode Island. I'd never been there before. Beautiful, and it was great food, and a good mix of people. So.
Was Rhode Island where I was? With
no, weren't you up in Maine?
Oh, is that Maine? I don't remember where it was.
Yeah, I think you were up in Maine. You were up near the border, weren't you?
Yeah, we were real close to the border.
Yeah.
Why? Oh, I know why. Wait, why is that doing that? It's because we still have that mask there. Split masked points. And now we can divide.
Tony and Tomas, say hi to Quincy.
Hey, Quincy.
New ZBJW member. I hear you met Quincy, I think Tomas, in LA recently.
Oh.
Said hello to you in downtown LA last week.
Yeah. Hello.
Welcome aboard, Quincy.
do you have a question now?
Oh, just saying hi, I think.
Hello, hello, hello. That's cool. So we have this, but now my question is, I think I might actually have. Oh, hello. Welcome to ZBJW. That's awesome. I think I have rope brushes. Should I cheat and just use a rope brush?
You've definitely got some curve rope brushes, because we've used them during office hours to help Sarah? Question mark? I think it was Sarah.
Yeah, I think you're right.
What's your best advice on practicing ZBrush on a day-to-day basis so someone can build up their skills?
Practice ZBrush on a day-to-day basis.
Just do it.
Do it. Yeah, I think doing it is really the number one key to the battle. I think at the very beginning, I say this a lot, I think at the very beginning, copying is important. And what I mean by that is finding something and sculpting it where you have solid reference. Use reference at the beginning. Don't try to be creative at the beginning. Try to be precise. So, you know, take this and sculpt it. But, you know, be exact. Make sure, you know, get a set of calipers and measure it, and then that way, you know, it's accurate. And then, you know, get an apple or get, you know, Godzilla statue. Get anything that you can put a caliper to, measure, and look at, because what that's going to allow you to do, or what that's going to do, is allow you to train the precision of your perception. And at the beginning, it's really important to learn to see. I know we all think we can see, but the interpolation of a three-dimensional object into a two-dimensional, three-dimensional object is very different. And it's even more so going into digital sculpting, because these are not real three-dimensional objects. You know, it is still a two-dimensional interface. We are experiencing it two-dimensionally, and we are just excuse me, we're just taking a million pictures as we go around. You know, it is photogrammetry in a lot of ways. So learning to see is the most important thing that you can do as early projects. And I can't express it enough, and people think I'm silly, but you can't see yet. You know, that interpolation is learning to interpret and then interpolate three-dimensional objects into two-dimensional space, and then in turn learning how to do that translation from two-dimensional space into three-dimensional space. So I want this to look like a three-dimensional object in my two-dimensional sculpting world, but then I need to learn also what it looks like in my two-dimensional sculpting world, and how will it come out into the three-dimensional world. That's what we do, right? I'm not doing anything for computers or VR. Well, I do, but that's not what we teach. It's not really the point of what we're doing. So I would say that is absolutely, by far, bar none, the most important thing you can learn, and that is learn to see. And then, as you're learning to see, learning to be precise. And then, once you can create objects that you see, you then can allow your mind to be free, and you can be creative all you want, but you have to know the tools before you have to become a competent craftsperson before you become a competent artist. Like Picasso is a perfect example. Everyone's like, Picasso couldn't draw to save his life, it's all this weird crap. Well, he was a true abstractionist, right? So he was actually, the man was an incredibly talented draftsman who then chose to break the rules. So I'm a wee bit of a traditionalist, and I think that you need to be a competent craftsman before you can be a competent artist. So I would say take an object and copy it every day. You know, I think that's your best bet. And don't try to be clever and do human faces and stuff. If you're just beginning, keep it simple to begin with, and then get more and more and more detailed and exotic in your models. But, you know, make sure, because you'd be shocked. Like, there are hard drives in front of me. And, you know, it's like, I want to know how many people actually put the right amount of slashes into the body of the case, right? You know, or on this, you know, there are these little shiny spots, right? There's 1, 2, 3, 4 shiny spots. Well, are you just going to throw 4 of them on there evenly? Or are you actually going to put it where it's really only the top one that's divided and the other 3 are down? You know, being able to perceive is incredibly important. So I think that really is what I would say. Yeah, no, I think that's perfect, perfect modeling. The one thing I would say though is just make sure that when you look at the piece, like if you're Boolean the holes in the cheese, measure them and see how close your eye was to where they actually are. Don't measure them first, right? Do them, look where they are, and then measure and see how far off you are. Because the checking is an incredibly important part of learning what you're doing. You're like, oh, well, that's close. Well, okay, what's close? Close isn't right, you know. That's on, that's exact, is correct. And then as you get into more organic and, you know, like I said, seeing people's faces and things like that, it's incredibly complex. Excuse me. So, yeah, I would say start with objects that you can copy and measure. And do measure. Don't measure first. Measure afterwards and see where you're off. And then that'll train your eye to perceive. And if you're really off, then measure as you're going on the second round and see how and where and why your perception was off. But I would do the first round by sight, second round by measure. Use scale in the thing and then calipers in person. My calipers are over here somewhere. Come on, you. Calipers. And these are a super cheap pair of calipers. They can probably get for $3 on eBay. Or you can go with super precise, really expensive calipers that will cost you hundreds and hundreds and hundreds on eBay. Brown and sharp. Metric brown and sharp. Super sexy. Calipers. These are veneer calipers. I like veneer calipers because they're very precise. Very nice. Very nice. But most of the time you can just get away with digital ones and you'll smile and yeah, I mean as an exercise that's cool. I'm just saying that having something that you can compare to and measure, like my glasses, you know, you can estimate them, see what they look like, and then, you know, use rough reference or try to do it by eye and then, you know, have reference but try to do it by eye and then measure it and see how far off you are. Ooh. Nope, that wasn't working. Okay. We are going to go stroke, curve function, delete. And then we are going to come over here. Split mask points. I think this is going to be 3 things, but we are going to give it a shot. Q. Yeah, it's not going to let me do it that way, is it? So we are going to go move, topological. It's you, and you. See, Henry, this is where using the rope thing just becomes a pain in the butt. And see, they're all.
But you can't have your curve intersect itself. Rope don't do that.
Well, it crosses over. But
Crosses over, but you have to adjust the curve.
Yeah, but see here, even these things. See how like.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Okay. Well, that's a crummy curve brush. Or you need to increase your roll distance. What's the curve brush thing that changes how many points are in the curve?
Yeah. Here, I got this guy. Let's see how long it takes me to do this.
You can do it faster.
I know. That's what's so sad is like half the time I try to take a shortcut, and it's just never the shortcut. It's just never the shortcut. Mm-hmm.
The reason I would rather use a curve brush there is because it's going to need to be double-sided. And that's annoying to sculpt.
It is annoying to sculpt. It really is. Control W, because the problem with the rope too is that you got to get that goofy. It's sort of an S. Really, Syra? What's going on? Meow. 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 See, when you get into the turns, they get weird. And then you have to come back over here. And technically, you have to pick. So the question is that one going to be cleaner than that one at the end of the day? Split hidden. See, look at how many little bumpy, joiny, winky, dinky things I have to correct there. Okay, let's think about this. Is there a cheesy way for me to pull this off? We're going to try a cheesy way to pull this off. Are you ready?
Okay.
Okay. Duplicate my texture thing here. We are then going to come here and we are going to planar flatten this. You see where I'm heading with this, don't you? I know you do.
Yeah.
If this works super easily, I'm going to cry laughing. What are our bets?
I think it will work, but it will not be amazing.
Yeah? I feel pretty amazing right now. Is that... What is going on there? Here, let's do this. No, let's paint. That's what that is. Okay. So, I'm going to take my curve brush. Do I have a better rope brush than that? I thought we had.
I'm currently. I have a really good rope brush. I'm trying to figure out where it is. What's the name of the one that comes with ZBrush? There is one, right?
I don't know.
What rope brush do you have?
I don't know. It says IMM ropes.
IMM. It's not a curve brush?
Well, that is a curve. IMM curve.
Oh, okay.
Are you just using like a round curve? No, I don't think there's a curve brush that's rope, is there? Isn't it an insert multi-mesh?
No, I mean, it's the kind where you can actually drag the curve along and the rope will come with it.
Yeah. No, IMM brushes do that.
Okay.
Here, look. So, higher res, delete lower, make my brush smaller. Okay, so we have our rope. I'm going to divide it up. Oh no, I have to split mask. Now we're going to divide it. Go smooth it out a little. I'm going to go to inflate because I don't want those air spaces. That will cause problems. Deformation, inflate. Okay. Inflate. And so now I'm going to go like this. We're going to go W. We're going to drag this down to about halfway. come up here. I'm going to grab my project brush and I'm going to go here. Right? What's that look like? Not bad. Now the problem here is I need to come up with, it has to start and stop in the middle of one of these ropes. Right? So extractor, start in the middle, hit G, start in the middle, and go boot to 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 end in the middle. Okay. Now, that's all weird though. Because it has a back. Right? Okay. We got Q, we're smoothed out. Hold down Control, hit Alt, now that's there. Go to G. Hit U. Do 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 do. That looks better. Why does it look all weird and flat like that? Alright, let us take this and flatten this out some. Q. Hit you there. G. Boom. Start in the center. Bump, 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 bump. End in the center. G. That's more promising. G. Wow, what's that crossover right there? That's weird. Okay, but now let's see what this does to this. If we come over here, we grab this guy, undo, 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 undo. Show part, divide. Boom. Here we go. Oh, now. I don't know why I got that weird crossover. now we go boom. That gives us our rhythm pretty quick, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So let's try this. We're gonna go. And then we go. Yeah, it's probably just easier to draw the friggin' lines on. Because this isn't bad. But see, even that's ugly. I think mine's gonna look... Alright, fine. Just stop cheese whizzing about it and... Okay, so let's go back to here. Undo, undo, undo. Everybody undo. So maybe the real issue is... maybe we're actually just trying to get this. No, this is never gonna be. See, ropes are just big long S's. Okay. Bump. 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 boom, 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 boom. Or did you just find a competent rope brush?
Yeah, it's on my computer somewhere.
Okay. Well,
I can find it in XD, but I can't find it in my file system.
That's okay. I always find it interesting trying to solve problems here. Okay, so boom, 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 boom. Boom. What do you think that's about? See that? That would be great if it wasn't doubling. Why do you think it's doubling like that? That's weird. Okay, so hold on, let's do this. Boom. Make sure that this is our, it might be a history state thing. Like I said, whenever you don't know what the problem is, it might be history state. And I know that Extractor deals with history states oddly sometimes. So, okay, G. I'm going to roughly start in the middle, end in the middle. That one looks more directional. It's funny how you get that crossover though, isn't it? Okay, so now let's come back over here. Well, that might give us a rhythm. Okay. I think that's a one-shot thing if we're going to do it that way.
Okay, I just sent you a rope brush in Discord. If you wanted to try it.
Yeah, let's give it a shot. Because this is all fine and dandy, but people watching me try to reinvent rope brushes when there are rope brushes is just tragic in its own right. Okay, Discord. Boop. And then we go load a brush, rope brush. Alright. Rope brushes don't like to be on half curve things. I have a weird setting maybe. reason it's so friggin' tiny?
That happens for me too. It just increased draw size and it'll get bigger. Also in the stroke menu, stroke menu, curve modifiers, curve edit radius. I think we'll make it bigger as well.
Stroke. Curve modifiers. Curve edit radius.
Mm-hmm.
Make that bigger?
I think so. Or you can just, draw it small and then make it bigger.
That's hard.
Yeah, that's more difficult. I think the edit radius will do it.
Curve edit radius. I'm going to kick that to 1,000.
Maybe not.
It didn't do a darn thing.
That didn't do anything, did it?
Stroke.
Size? Nope. Don't turn on size. Intensity?
Yeah, this is a great one.
I mean, it's a good rope. Just draw it small and make it bigger.
Yeah, but that means I have to go. Let's see if I make. That's. So that means I have to do. Okay, so. Nope. It's a shame because it's a smooth brush.
It's a good looking rope.
If you like really thin rope.
I do.
I like my thin rope. I'm all about my thin rope. Z intended? Yeah, I don't know.
Don't turn on the strength modifier in the brush palette. That makes it do wild stuff. Uh-oh. I gotta reset my brushes now.
We are silly. Just so you know. You're sitting here trying to figure out how to make a rope. I could have just sculpted it like 8 minutes.
You tried for 8 minutes. I watched.
I didn't. I was trying all kinds of different things. That wasn't just sculpting.
Okay, well, try the thing that's going to work.
Juan, do you have a good rope brush?
See?
I mean, at this point, we've probably spent like 3 hours on this. All right, where's my damn thing? Here we go. Hide all this crap. Clay buildup. We have a hard. An alpha's real hard though, isn't it? starts to get longer as you go around these friggin' corners. Wrong brush. Would help if I made this actually a cylinder, wouldn't it? Look at that big lump in there. Lovely. My lovely ropey lump.
Juan said, check your Dropbox.
My Dropbox?
Ah.
I'm assuming file request.
Mm-hmm.
Workshop or Pixelogic?
Pixo.
Come on. You can do it. Do you see this? Your Dropbox is almost full.
Isn't it always?
It is lag-a-dagging. Come on. Ooh, everybody.
Yeah, it is a pretty good one.
For some reason, nothing is snapping to surfaces. I don't know why. It's really annoying, just so you know.
I'm sorry.
Alright, so want to come off the mask, down. It's going to go over itself. Boop. Yeah, that's not a bad one. At least its corners are clean. It's not that lumpy. Okay, so that's one, and then what do we want the other one to do? Come off, up. Interesting. Look how it pinches when you do that. Why do you think it pinches here and it didn't pinch in the first one?
I don't know. It's got to do with the angles.
See what I mean now?
Yeah.
All right.
But you can always, I mean, while it's still a curve, you can sort of drag it around and see if you can fix it. Just drag it forward a little bit and see if it sort of figures itself out.
Oh, interesting. Good point. No. That's not what I was trying to do. Yeah, stop that. All right. Tap. We'll call that close enough spit on. Split mask. Boop. Come back over to you. A pin. Squirrely little rope guy. Now that we have a little squirrely little rope guy, we're going to bring you. Boop. Boop. I'm a big fan of bend curve. Turn that down. We'll leave that out and about for a minute. Thank you, Juan. Good rope solution. We only spent 11 hours fiddle futzing. All right. Snuffly. It's quiet out there. What's going on? Chilling. I did not give you permission to chill.
I don't need your permission to chill.
Your stinking position. We don't need no stinking badges. You griefing me there, a weird little den. All right. Perked good. And then we're going to bring you back. Boop. And we are going to think about clouds now. Nope. We're going to go W, make you a little bigger, duplicate you first, make you a little bigger so you're sitting off the back because these will be double-sided. Cute. Now. And then we have a little bubbly thing going on. This is the wrong brush to be using. Clay tubes are not a clay buildup. So what's the framing we want here? We want We want to accentuate our we want there to be some motion in this, right? So the flow of our clouds. Okay. Boop, boop, boom. Are you having fun watching me sculpt one? I'm feeling a little tragic at the moment, but yes. You learn how not to sculpt a rope is what you learn. I kind of want a little more wisp to the clouds. And they If you make a hand comment, I'm coming for you, buddy. Let's do...
Juan would never stoop to that level.
Let's see. See, these are too much. These are too wispy. See, these are kind of what we're shooting for, but I don't have a lot of room in there. That gives us nice direction. And let's see what Mr. Murakami has to say. Not a whole lot of clouds. Nice try. See, these are poofier versions, but this is sort of the cloud gist. See, that's a good cloud. No, I don't want to download it. I just want to see a bigger picture of it. Okay. See, that's good wisp right there. That's some good wisp. Okay, so let's come in and actually define what these things. I got my rough area down, I think. Which side's top? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. This is our directionality.
Juan said, "What's up with that ring?" He got here late.
What's up with that ring?
What's up with that ring?
What's up with that ring?
Where's
That
it going?
ring-
What's the point?
This is the body of the no masks. Um, um, even though now looking at this, I think the rope's a little too small. I think that feels
All right,
a little...
all right. Let me help you.
What?
Juan Tomas is working on this set of rings that he made quite a while ago. He's updating them with a more intelligent design, encompassing some skills he's learned over the years, because these were designed originally like 15 years ago. And the end goal for these rings is actually,
To be
pause
on
for
the
Tomas
shop.
to pick up, to be sold in our store.
Here, Juan, just to catch you up here. So I think you remember these rings, right? This is Hanya. Hotomoto. Hotoko. Right, you remember these guys? And like we went through in class on the Green Man, where, you know, the older style versus the style that new, sculpted, old, drawn. So I went back and I started playing with Hanya first, because Hanya is awesome. Frame. And that was my re-block out of Hanya with all her edges. And then I kind of went a little farther with her and gave her some wispiness. And then wispiness with some linear. And then made her a little less angry and a little more aggro. So that's Hanya. And then Hoshotoko. That was the ring. And then I kind of went through, redefined the shapes a little. And this is still in block out. Obviously, it'll look like a pudgy guy again. And I like the eyes a little squirrely. So I think I'm going to change the directionality of this eye, change that one a little. And that's the other one. But what we discovered was, like, we could be working on Hanya right now, but I don't have a back of a ring anymore because the old back of the ring was kind of trash. This is the old back of the ring. So we decided to redo the old back of the ring, and that's kind of what I'm futzing around with right now. But obviously I don't have any really strong opinions or ideas. No, it's such a radically different program, and what I can do with it is radically different. So yeah, no, it's quite a compelling. It's quite compelling what can be done now. So I'm kind of excited about it. But that does mean I have to make some silly clouds, which I'm obviously not incredibly compelled right now about doing clouds. Yeah, he's a good character for sure. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Let's see what we got here. Mm-hmm. What is this alarm about? Okay, so mm, mm. So as of right now, we're now just coming back in, trying to find our shapes and forms, and starting to define layers.
Clouds have layers?
Clouds definitely have layers,
Oh, okay.
without a question. When have you ever seen a flat cloud?
You know, it's hard to tell it's not flat because I can only see it from one perspective unless I wait hours.
I think we all know there's no such thing as a flat cloud. Flat cloud, you know what a flat cloud is? Fog.
So, when I went skydiving many years ago, and we were up in the plane, we were going up, we were about to hit 12,000 feet, and the instructor was going through like a second run of what was the most important, like, you know, tilt your head back, you're going to kick your feet out at this point, et cetera, et cetera. And then he sort of had a little panic, and he was like, oh God, I almost forgot to tell you the most important thing. When we go through a cloud, which you'll see coming, make absolutely certain that you close your eyes and shut your mouth. Or, you know, there's so much water in a cloud, it's going to be like, you know, you're breathing in a water stream, and you're going to choke on it, which is not going to be comfortable while you're falling at terminal velocity. And I was like, Oh, Jesus Christ! That sounds awful. Like I'm just gonna smash into a wall of water. And then he
yes.
laughed in my face.
Yes, that's the answer. It's a water wall. I almost forgot to tell you. Don't drown in the clouds.
Basically, what he said. Don't drown in the cloud. And I mean, when you're about to go skydiving for the first time, your brain isn't exactly running at peak performance.
No. That's definitely a.
So I believed him.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a crappy instructor joke. You're like, thanks, douche. Here's the windshield wipers for the clouds. You'll need these. Oh, you didn't get your windshield wipers on ground? Ah. Okay, well then hold your breath. That's hysterical. It's funny, a huge section of my friend base in Washington and Portland are base jumpers.
Mm-hmm.
And every year it's who died this year? Our dear friend Rick. And this is, if you don't believe in God or consciousness in the universe, or however you want to say it, this is one of those things where you're like, His name is Rick O'Shea. I'm sure you can guess his nickname is Ricochet. And his name is Ricochet because he's hit the ground 3 times at high velocity. He has plates in his skull and in his chest, and he's been rebuilt a few times. And Rick hits the ground a lot, and you're just like, Jesus Christ, man.
What in the world?
Yeah.
I think after the first time, if I survived it, that'd be it.
No, I think it's been 3 substantial hits.
Oh no.
Ricochet, yeah. But them telling stories about when stuff in Vegas was being built and they're all just like tricking the guard to like look the other way as they sneak in and jump off these buildings. And you're just like, oh my God. I am so glad that is not something that I got into, because I would so be dead right now, without a question. I mean, if I can kill myself scuba diving, I definitely could kill myself throwing myself off a building. Ooh, struck by thunder. I would assume that would... I hope that would be struck by lightning.
No, the sound itself.
Do you remember Survival Research Laboratories?
No.
No. They were a science performance art group, I guess. But they had a few things where you put on sound equipment and then a helmet on top of the sound equipment and then more sound equipment. And they ran you through this piece where it was sound, where you literally could feel it moving your organs. Oh my God, it was brutal. So I would argue that you could be struck by thunder. Or Survival Research Laboratories will prove it in one format or another. Isn't there that? Did he work for the golf course, or he was a golfer and he got struck by lightning like 6 or 7 times or something like that? Might have even been
Oh,
more.
I believe it.
Just like, there comes a point where, you got to change your ways, sort of thing. You're just like, what is it that makes you go, well, yeah, things that make you go, Like you said, I think getting struck by lightning the second time might make me never leave my house again. Let's make this a layer. And then let's actually have this come up and over. Oop. And this becomes a background layer. And this becomes the foreground layer. How many times did you wind up skydiving?
Oh, just once.
That was enough for you?
Oh, I'd happily go again. There just hasn't been an excuse.
We were in Fort Benning,
Hmm.
and I did they did a checky outy sort of certification kind of thing while we were there. But yeah, my skydiving experience was yeah, something we don't need to talk about here. Jesus. Ay. I have to say, I'm consistent.
Did you drown in a cloud? Don't answer that.
No, but I will say they have these towers where they raise you up, and your chute sort of open,
Mm-hmm.
and that was fun. Well, I mean, the skydiving was fun too, but I'm just saying that was a really interesting thing. The other dude is so loud. So they're saying you're loud tonight?
I guess I'm loud to mic. Is that better? I mean, I can... Oh, I know what I can do.
I mean, I could probably bring you down as well.
Nah, I got it. How's that?
Nobody else was really complaining, though, so I don't know how.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Does that sound different to you?
That seems really low.
That's really low. How about that?
That sounds better, I guess.
What if I do that and that?
That's sounds good to me.
Okay.
Hmm. Harry was here in LA, and I was supposed to meet up with him, and I totally, absolutely, and completely just fell asleep. This
Goodness.
pills made me exhausted. I was weird. I was really bizarre. And then
Yeah, get Claritin.
David told me it was Sunday, and I almost peed myself. I was like, "What?" It's funny. I should have known. I mean, I had to have known because I have that Formula One timing app, and it tells me, today is practice day, and today is qualifying day, and it gives you all the qualifying and all that. I was sitting
Mm-hmm.
there looking at Formula One stats, and I wasn't reading them because I sort of didn't believe that they were happening. But how much more? It's pretty obvious when you're getting it from bunches of different sources that this is happening, and yeah, Claritin definitely seems to be the thing that needs to happen because Zartek, or however you say it, just beat the limited Jeebus out of me, it seems.
Yeah. None of those do anything to me. But they also don't do much for the symptoms. So
Yeah, I mean, I really don't. I mean, I don't take many pills anymore.
mm,
Normally, I just rough through well, normally I just sit here and snuffle is what I do, but I always forget to take sinus medication because it's just been so long. It's just like you're just struggling through life. It's like, isn't that what everyone does? No, we take this medication. I now understand why I don't take that medication because it makes me weirder than hell. They're like, oh, did you take your COVID test? The new variant's more like sinus sniffles. I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty darn sure I know what a sinus infection is by now, but okay. And my friend who I had dinner with, she called and was like, I have COVID. I was like, oh no. But I took the COVID test. Don't have COVID. I still have yet to get COVID.
yeah,
Knock on wood.
same.
But it's like, COVID is a dry cough. People are like, that sounds like a dry cough. I'm like, no, trust me, that cough is plenty wet. There's a substantial story of fluids that are tied to that cough. See, that looks a little bit more like a cloud, right?
Yeah, that's great. Good depth.
And then we'll work on the other side in a moment. I guess people are coming down with COVID again here in LA.
bunch of people at JCK got it.
Not surprising there.
Yeah. Hello, Jupiter.
Hello, Jupiter. How we doing tonight? Or this morning or this afternoon, wherever you may be. Let's fill that up there.
How do you deal with procrastination?
I just put it off. No. Honestly, it's not one of the things that I deal with much. My OCD doesn't really psychologically allow me to procrastinate much. Um, I can't iterate it enough. It really so of working, and I don't know that there are any secrets. I think that it's just, one, I love this. It's what I do, and I do it every day. And I sit in this chair. Recent actually, it's been kind of driving me nuts because I haven't been able to sit and work much because we've been doing a lot of work on the studio, and I've been having to be pseudo contractor babysitter guy. Um, so I've actually been not sitting at my computer a lot this month, and it's been really weird for me. And then it's hard to get back into rhythm when you've been uh, fiddle futzing around with carpenters and electricians and not working. Um, so yeah, it's hasn't been procrastination. It's been I've had to do other things which I don't normally deal with. But I think that so much of it really, really, truly, truly, truly comes down to getting into the habit of just dedicating time. And, depending on your work schedule and things like that, it becomes, because this is also my job. So it's kind of all I do. But it really comes down to just saying, okay, between this time and this time, I am going to sit and work. And often, it's not necessarily, if you're just trying to learn ZBrush and that, there's making sure you're doing things that you can succeed at as you're learning. And I think that helps with the procrastination because lots of time people pick things that, in all honesty, is just too much at the beginning. And so, I think that if you're just learning, you definitely have to have a success strategy in the sense of your brain has to feel like you're succeeding at something during all of this, or you get demoralized and you don't work. And so I think keeping like a high morale is definitely an important part of not procrastinating, because if you're doing things that are too difficult to accomplish and then you sort of fail or struggle at everything you're doing, then you don't get to discover the joy of what you're doing but it just becomes this massive struggle all the time. So I think that, keeping in mind that when you're plotting what you're working on and such, that, if it's not a chore, you'll do it. The rope episode. And it's funny is that, like, you can't even, I mean, that's everyday everything, it's always fiddle futzing with stuff and trying to get things to work, and you can't let any of that get in your way when it comes down to, like, continuing to work. And you just have to laugh. You just have to laugh, because if you're not laughing, you can't take it seriously. And I mean, you have to take, don't get me wrong, you have to take it seriously in the sense of you have to be dedicated, you have to attempt to accomplish, and then in turn set a way for yourself to continue to accomplish things. But I mean, we all make garbage, we all make things that suck, we can all struggle with things and hammer our head against the wall for days trying to get something done. But I mean, that's making things, that's art, that's creation, that's learning, that's just part of all of it. You can't let that demoralize you or keep you from accomplishing. Your Discord's freaking out? That's not good. That's no good. So much, I guess a lot of it is, at that point it's mindset, but being realistic about what you can accomplish, what you want to accomplish, and then in turn what you do accomplish. I think there's definitely strategies about how to stay on the positive side of all of it, so you don't let it get on top of you and where it becomes a chore as opposed to pleasure. Because if you're not having fun doing it, you're not going to keep doing it. You're going to find out, you're going to play that video game, or you're going to, like, it's so funny, my friends laughed at me because seriously, I stopped playing video games for decades, because I think the last video game I actually played was Cyberpunk. And that's just because, I mean, Cyberpunk was my jam. I mean, I grew up reading cyberpunk novels before there were computers, so, and it's just absolutely beautiful. So, when Cyberpunk came out, I loved it. And I mean, that was another perfect example. It's like everybody was complaining about, in the middle of the game, things would like T-pose and go to, I mean, that's hysterical. How can you not just like laugh at that and move on? People are so stressed out about stuff. It's like, come on, man. That is hysterical. I think people just like to be upset about things. Well, it's just being disciplined. Say I'm going to sculpt for 5 hours a day and do it, because 5 hours a day is not a whole ton. Once again, I mean, I don't know what your work schedule is, but 5 hours a day is not a whole lot. Yeah, and I mean, if you do play video games, I bet you play more than 5 hours of video games a day. And it just comes down to figuring out what's important and what you value, and then, kind of what you're trying to accomplish. If you're just learning ZBrush to, make some models and have some fun, well, then you're going to go at your own pace and you're going to do what you're going to do. If you need ZBrush to, or you've decided that ZBrush is going to be how you pay your rent, you have very, very different time frames, because let's face it, rent's due every month. So that changes your time frames. So it really, really, really just comes down to what you want and how bad you want it. Because I'll admit, when Cyberpunk came out, I definitely spent plenty of hours playing it. And once I get everything reset up, I definitely want to go through it again, because honestly, how can you not love a game that you can just run around and beat up street thugs with sex toys? Yeah, I mean, I I don't understand the procrastinating thing. I mean, it's like, I'm clinically myopic OCD, so I I have problems where, I forget to eat, and I won't go to the bathroom for hours, and then I move and I'm like, oh my god, I need to go to the bathroom. So I clinically don't have that problem. um, but I would say that, the procrastinating is probably still just conditioning. I mean, if you really just put your mind to it and, you know, don't give yourself other options, just do it. I feel you on that one too. It's funny, I changed my setup and I don't have it ergonomically as nice or as balanced as my last setup. And working at this setup and stuff, I finally brought this chair here, but I was working in that chair and I couldn't work that long. My body, it would destroy my body. I was just getting beat up. So, a lot of that, having a good chair, making sure that, you physically can do that. Because, I mean, when I don't have to leave the house and I'm working, I'll sit in this chair, 12, 14 hours a day without even thinking about it. I mean, I put in a lot of hours. And I just get into work mode. I don't even, my brain just, I can not sleep for days. I can go, you know, 24, 38 hours and not notice that I'm working when I get into a work rhythm. So I yeah, I'm sort of in the other direction, in the sense of I can really lose days working. Oh. Cloudflare's a DNS. Henry is under attack. All your base do belong to us. Yeah, I use a Cintiq. I've used a Cintiq for 20 years. I don't know that I could ever function without a Cintiq. It's an incredibly powerful, really wonderful tool. And I have not tried any of the other Henry and those. I mean, because I got a Cintiq like as soon as they came out. I bought a Cintiq before I had a computer really to use it with. I saw it on. My memory is it was in the art department of Ang Lee's Hulk. That's what's in my head. I could be wrong about that. But I saw it in one of the art departments and I was like, what is that? And they were like, oh, it just came out. It's a Cintiq. And it was like, yep, got to own one of those. Because it was the only way I could interface with a computer. I can't C prompt my way out of a paper bag. I'm not an incredibly computer savvy person. And I saw the Cintiq. I was like, oh, that's my interface. That is the only way I'm ever going to be able to talk to a computer. But I would strongly suggest a Cintiq. One, I think it's a great product. I mean, I've had it for a very long time. I've almost never had a problem with mine. One of my real early ones, it sort of went black, and I contacted Wacom, and they were like, "Oh, it's this thing on the chip. They get hot and they just burn out." And I was like, "Okay, I mean, this is an expensive thing." I was just like, "Okay, well, what's that mean?" They were like, "Well, send it in and we'll change that thing." I was like, "Okay, well, how much is it going to cost?" And they're like, "Yeah, I can't remember. I only paid shipping in one direction." And I think the shipping was $65 and the repair fee was $15. So, I was really stressed about, oh God, I'm going to have to like replace this multi-$1,000 toy. And nope, $15. And that sold me. I was just like, all right, you guys are awesome. And I've had a really good relationship with Wacom. Wacom. Like I've done trade shows with them, and I am a big fan of their product, and I'm a big fan of the company. I like the company quite a bit. I think their products aren't cheap, but I don't think that they overcharge for their product. I think that it's a very high quality, wonderful tool. We're under attack. All right, so you're saying that, what was it called? Cloud thing is DNS, but isn't DNS a denial of service attack? Henry, that was a question. Are you just ignoring me? You're not listening to me anymore? Because you're being DNS'd? Oh. DDoS, how does that spell out denial of service? I know, that's a joke. That was a joke. Alright. I'm dyslexic. I didn't know you couldn't talk. That doesn't sound good. It's good to see you here too, Juan. Even though now no one can talk to me, so I have to actually entertain everyone. I mean, it's crazy. It's like I stream and they expect me to entertain them. What's wrong with the world? All right, step it up, buddy. I'm here to entertain everyone else. Why can't anyone entertain me? Isn't it about me? No. Went to see the Murakami exhibit at the Brood last week. It's a good show. It has stuff from, it's a retrospective, so it has stuff from throughout his work, which is very nice. His work is awesome. I don't know if I'm allowed to read manga while actually, I think I'd probably be a much more popular stream if I read manga while we were doing this. Mhm. Clouds. Ooh, wispy clouds. Hmm. So has anyone seen any of the results from these AI art program things? I haven't actually played with them, but I've seen some results recently that I thought were just great. Hmm. Interesting. Discord might be down because this was up and working. I think Discord might be down. An AI manga thing? How does that work? You tell it things and it would like make manga? Interesting. Yeah. Even though it says everything. Oh, that's last 90 days. But yeah, they're having connectivity issues. I saw a what was it? Homer Simpson. What was it? Homer Simpson and but the Pikachu and like a hamster. There was a Pikachu one that was just weirder than hell. And then a Homer Simpson and but whatever it was mostly 3D Homer Simpsons. It was oh, it's not coming. It's right there on the tip of my brain. It was pretty funny though. You want me to make a self-portrait Homer Simpson ring? Thanks, Juan. I appreciate it. the support I get from my community. Juan just said I look like Homer Simpson. You obviously haven't met Randy. Randy is our friend who is Homer Simpson. Shame Tony's not here to reiterate that fact. One day, in office hours, you should have Tony tell you some Randy stories. Oy, oy, oy. He's a wonderful person. I love him. But Tony has some very good Randy stories. Ash hasn't made it out tonight. Normally we see Ash. Tony could make a buck telling stories? Yes. That's one of the wonderful things about going to trade shows is second or third day I was all sitting around at the bar telling stories. Oh my gosh. It's funny. We know some absolutely hysterical people. Jewelers are a funny group of people, man. I was going to say he has put me to sleep, but that's a different issue altogether. So now see, these are important things to see. What have we learned? We have learned that this needs to move up. Our friend Bob passed away, but Bob and oh my God, some of those guys telling stories are absolutely outrageous. I met her before. Who? Oh, crap. Remind me tomorrow. You're ridiculous. But damn right. You go Conan with man boobs. My pecs are not dramatically impressive. See, it's got a touch in places, so it doesn't. We're probably going to bring that up to touch there, but. That would be great. You've actually sat and chatted with him, have you not? I haven't had the opportunity to really sit and talk to him. Maybe you should ask him. You got to run into the office tomorrow or tonight? I think you spelled it right. N-A-N-Z. I'm pretty sure that's how it's spelled. That doesn't mean you can't give him a ring. Say, hey, I was thinking about you just the other day. And my poor business partner is not an engineer. He is awesome. But he's also like the king of the clasp a book. He's written like 4 books on closures. And I'm having issues with closure. Oop. Look at that. My earplug didn't make it all the way through this time. Come on. You can do it. Yeah, his books are actually really good. I mean, what makes his book so good is that he's very clear and accurate. Yeah? Are you trying to get my attention, Henry? Wow. Man, that died right at midnight, didn't it? That's how we could check our time. My headphones die. So it is midnight. Oh, cool. Oh, so one, you're the one who worked with him. One of you worked with him, right? Yes, someone should, because I actually really have questions. Because I am not a friggin' engineer. And I think this class could be very cool, but it's killing me. But it'd be nice to have him as part of the community too. Because talk about a wealth of information. He is impressive. Oh, I would say that, yeah, that would be, you're familiar with him. Well, it's something to think about. It'd be very nice to have him come in and say hello and all of that. Okay. Pasha. He's not doing anything. It's not like he does anything during the day. Come on. All right, kind and gentle folk. It is that time. It is the midnight, and wow, it's so funny. I know his wife fairly well. Yeah. I have a good Nan story. What am I saying? Oh, yes. All right. It's that time. Sorry we didn't really accomplish much tonight. I know we spent a lot of time on ropes, and I haven't spent, obviously, too much time on clouds. I need to work this one out a little more. We're getting close here. Getting in shape and then push it so the negative space makes sense. Oh, it's so hard to remember. Those few days of not having YouTube completely ruined my closure. So, everyone on YouTube, hit subscribe. It's very important to us. It's good for our demographics. It's important. Subscribe. And then hit, is it subscribe, follow, and what was that? Subscribe, follow, no, subscribe. What is it? Like, okay. God. I had it down so well. Hit like and subscribe, and then hit the little bell so it tells you what we're doing. For the rest of you, subscribe. If you don't own ZBrush, get ZBrush. If you do own ZBrush, good on you. Practice more and more. And we'll be back next week with crits, so upload your crits. Check out Pixelogic and all their new stuff at pixelogic.com. And stay here on Pixelogic Twitch because there's tons of great people who are probably more productive than I am. And oh, look at ZBrush Jewelry Workshop. Join our Discord. What am I forgetting? All right. All right, kind and gentle folk. It is always a joy, and I will see you next week with critiques. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out, man. Have a great day, night, morning, afternoon, wherever you are. Okie dokie. Ciao, ciao.